Chapter 1. Lost in the Fog. I am about to relate a series of events so extraordinary that I have small hope they will be considered credible. I am doing so because it is some relief to my troubled mind to frame in words its bewildering and tormenting records. Thoughts are vague and confused. Memory is painful. The very endeavour to form a clear or consistent opinion of what has brought me to such a pass is an effort, and yet I am convinced that what I am about to relate is true. So terribly, really true, that for sake of it, my life once hung in the balance, and for sake of it, I awaited a verdict that meant shame or death. I am no skilled penman. It has never been easy a matter to me to put events together in narrative form. But here, before me, lie the scattered white pages. Here in my cold fingers is the pen that my thoughts may guide. And there, in the cells of my throbbing brain, are locked the fantastic, feverish memories that are to form the history of one whom the world calls mad. But I am not mad, though indeed I wonder not that men call me so. I too might have said the same of any human being who confided to me what I am about to confide to these pages. Not mad, almost, I might cry. Oh, would to God it weren't. Would to God I were. Well, to begin, it had been a habit of mine from my earliest youth to dream peculiarly vivid dreams. Sometimes they were pleasant and interesting, at others grotesque and horrible. Once or twice so strangely, wildly beautiful that I hated the thought of awakening and prayed passionately for their continuance. It always seemed to me that dream power might be cultivated just like any other faculty or talent. What a field lies open to the explorer. Nothing is improbable. Nothing is difficult. Nothing is arduous. Realm after realm of enchantment, world after world of possibility, all await his advance. No centennial stays him, no foe opposes. His own wish and will are his guides. His own mind marks the limits of his progress. Fantastic or not, the shapes who people them, the actions that vivify them, the coincidences and occurrences that lend them reality are for the time being absolutely true, absolutely real. The dreamer is a magician, an enchanter, marvelous as any fakir of the East. And such a dreamer was I. I say was advisedly, for my power was limited, and the wonders I saw and lived amongst were only granted to my vision for the space of 7 dreams. What occasioned this remarkable sequence, and what were its tragic and painful consequences, I will now narrate without further preamble. One cold, foggy evening in the month of November, I was wending my way from the city to the West End of London. Business had taken me there, and in the interim, one of those terrible fogs of Egyptian darkness had enveloped streets and thoroughfares in a black and impenetrable gloom that no sight could pierce, nor any ray of light illumine. All traffic was stopped. Foot passengers groped and stumbled about in an uncertain, hesitating way, cursing and abusing a climate that for uncertainty has not its equal on the known globe. And I, in common with other miserable mortals, groped and stumbled in what I imagined my homeward direction, but which afterwards proved to be quite the reverse. All sound was deadened. The black, choking atmosphere closed me round in a moist and clinging embrace. It seemed to get into my throat and lungs, and to penetrate into my very brain, until I only saw troops of strange and evil things marching in a misty procession of misery. The poor and the vile of cities, driven by devils and mocked at by man, and almost, one would say, forgotten of God. I struggled on with dogged obstinacy, hoping that the fog would lighten as I left the regions of Temple Bar behind me. For some time, I had trudged on without noticing where I went, but convinced that I had progressed in a straight line and ought to be nearing Charing Cross. Denser and blacker grew the fog, more and more stifling the poisonous atmosphere. Suddenly, a violent blow on the head arrested my step. I staggered and for a few seconds felt dizzy and stunned. Then my senses came back, and involuntarily I threw out my hands, searching for an invisible opponent. They touched a stone wall. I had walked straight into it, and my head being bent forward had struck it with considerable violence. I leant against the wall for a moment or two, and as I did so, I became aware of a glimmering light, almost on a level with my head. I raised myself on tiptoe and looked into a room where a solitary lamp burned on a black oaken table near a dull coal fire. The room appeared untenanted, and my survey of it revealed nothing very cheerful or remarkable. I dropped on my feet again, and as I did so, I heard close at hand the sound of hurried breathing and rapid footsteps. Someone was rushing straight against the wall, even as I had done. "Take care!" I shouted instinctively, and I sprang forward in the direction of the steps. Too late. There was a dull thud, and then the noise of a falling figure. I groped my way to it and almost fell across it. Stooping down, I endeavoured to raise the recumbent form. I knew it was that of a man by the clothes. He seemed stunned and quite helpless. I could only wait patiently in the gloom and mist for him to recover. But he was so long motionless that I grew alarmed. And at last, approaching the window, I knocked loudly on the pane of glass within reach. No notice was taken of the summons. I repeated it more imperatively, and as the echoes died away, I saw a strange, fierce face looking back at me. I signed to open the window, which was done, and I then related what had happened, and I asked if I could bring the insensible man into the house. The creature slammed down the window and disappeared. Not knowing what to make of such a response, I turned again to the man and found that he was evidently recovering. I assisted him to the rise and steadied him against the wall. His breath came fitfully and unevenly. He was trembling greatly. He gave me the idea of being an old man, and the fall and the blow had evidently shaken him very much. I spoke to him and asked him where he lived and if I could assist him home. "My home is here," he said, somewhat ungraciously. "The door should be round the corner. Count 4 steps, turn to the left, and you will find a door. Yes, you may give me your arm. Confound this fog. To think that science and civilization can't give us breathable air in this damn city." He was clinging to my arm and stumbling along beside me as he spoke. I followed his directions and found the door easily and helped him up to it. "Shall I knock?" I asked as we stood on the threshold. "No," he said. "She would not admit you. I have recovered now. I can give the signal." I felt somewhat astonished at such a remark, but still supported him with one arm and saw him lift the other and knock. It was a very peculiar knock. 3 short raps and 4 single ones in succession. 7 in all. At the last died away, the door opened. No one appeared, but he stepped into a very dim, small hall, dusty and shabby looking, and destitute of furniture, save a hat rail and a broken chair. The light of a swinging lamp showed me that the owner or tenant of the place was a very old man, with long white hair and a white beard, and a face sharp and clear cut, with dark, piercing eyes. Those eyes flashed full upon me as I stood in the doorway, and he gave me a curious and decidedly unpleasant sensation, as of being bare and naked and shivering. I cannot give any other explanation of the feeling. All I was, and all I had been, and all I hoped to be, seemed suddenly laid open as by a dissecting knife before the glance of those gleaming orbs, the like of which I had never seen. "Would you care to enter?" he said suddenly. "The fog is not likely to clear for hours. I am indebted for your assistance. Enter and rest, if you will." I looked at him, at the gloomy, uninviting hall, and then at the still more gloomy street, where neither ray of light nor gleam of sky gave promise of the fog clearing off. I felt strangely disinclined to accept the invitation, but though my mind appeared to resist, my feet led me on, and I found myself following the old man, and heard the door close behind us, apparently of its own accord. He opened another door on his right, and I found myself in the room I had seen from the street. I recognized it by the table and the lamp, but the window was now shuttered so closely that no ray of light could have gleamed through for the benefit of any other wayfarer. The old man drew up a chair to the fire and motioned me to take another. I glanced round the room. It was small and square in shape, and at first seemed to have nothing remarkable about it except its shabbiness. I say at first, but as the old gentleman appeared to tack turn for conversation, I took a closer survey of all my surroundings. I noted one very singular fact about the room. Everything in it seemed in sevens. There was a dull red carpet on the floor, whose pattern consisted of 7 black stars. There were 7 pieces of furniture. Over the dark mantel shelf stood 7 small brass candlesticks. A bookcase held 7 books. On the walls were 7 pictures whose subjects I could not discern in the dim light, and the hearth consisted of 7 curiously shaped tiles. As I took in this curious numerical coincidence, I began to wonder if it was accidental or intentional. I raised my eyes to the face of my silent companion, intending to put the question. But before my lips could move, he answered the unuttered thought. Yes, he said, looking straight at me. It is intentional. Nothing to me is of accident or coincidence. Everything has a purpose, an object, a design. Even your presence here tonight. I felt somewhat bewildered at finding my thoughts so easily read, and remained looking at the strange individual before me with something of confusion. Presently, he spoke again. You wonder who I am, he said. Be satisfied, you will know soon enough. Stay with me here a few hours. It is long since I have had a companion. Longer still since I have found one to my liking. Meanwhile, as we are in a country which selects to celebrate all ceremonies and cement all friendships with the vulgarity of eating and drinking, let me offer you some refreshment. As he spoke, he raised his arm and stretched it towards the fireplace. The action was something like what would be employed in ringing a bell, only there was no bell handle visible in the place where I involuntarily looked. Again, he noticed my gesture, and his lips twitched in an odd manner, as if he would have smiled had it been possible. At the same moment, the door opened, and the same hideous old crone I had before seen entered. She had a tray in her hand containing a small silver coffee pot, a very old-fashioned design, and a silver filigree basket containing what looked like hard brown biscuits. She paused on seeing me and gave me a glance so terribly vindictive that I felt as if I had done her some mortal injury by my presence. The old man, her master, I suppose, signed to her to place the tray on the table by his side and said something in a foreign tongue which I could not comprehend. She nodded her strangely coiffed old head and withdrew, favouring me with another glance as fierce and as spiteful as the first. Shortly after, she reappeared with another cup in her hand, which she placed on the tray and then proceeded to pour out the coffee. The aroma of that coffee was delicious, and its flavour more exquisite than any I had ever tasted. After the cold and gloom of the foggy streets, it seemed to me the most grateful beverage that the heart of man could have desired, and I sipped it with a feeling of content and enjoyment that doubtless conveyed a compliment to my host. When my cup was empty, he replenished it without speaking, and by this time I was too wise to attempt any conventional disclaimer, but simply took it and was thankful. He handed me the biscuits. "Eat," he said. "The food is simple, but it has the true secret of nourishment. I have lived on it for nigh 20 years, so you may judge of its worth." I looked astonished, but I took the offered cake and broke it, as I had seen him do, and dipped it in the coffee. I suppose I shall never know what were the ingredients of those cakes. Of one thing I am certain: no adulterating fiend in the shape of a 19th century tradesman had ever tampered with them. After eating only one, I felt strong, buoyant, alert, such as no diet or stimulant had ever made me feel. In fact, though I had not broken my fast since my 9 o'clock breakfast, and it was now about 5 p.m, that one biscuit and those cups of coffee seemed as satisfactory a meal as one could desire. I looked at my host. Again his sharp, clear glance flashed through me, so it seemed. He took the empty cup from my hand and replaced it on the tray, then pushed the table aside and drew his chair nearer the fire, which was burning brightly and cheerfully at last. Now, he said abruptly, let us talk. You have done me a service. I might have been robbed, trampled on, or worse, taken off to some police cell as drunk and incapable, because I was helpless and injured. Well, you have saved me, and I am not ungrateful. Come, draw closer to the fire. It is long since I have had a companion. In truth, I love not my fellow man, nor have I much in common with him. But you, there is a bond of sympathy between us. Like myself, you share the life of two worlds. Tell me, which do you prefer? The dream world or this natural globe which you have the misfortune to inhabit? I stared at him in bewilderment. How do you know? I muttered stupidly. I never saw you till tonight. Oh yes, he said, you have met me and spoken to me also. Then he bent towards me and whispered something in my ear. I shuddered and turned pale and sat there dumb and horrified, looking at him as one looks at a shape, uncanny and of evil mystery. It is not possible, I muttered in a strange, stifled voice. How could you tell? How could you know? To no living being have I ever related that dream. And you, I know it, he said, because I shared it. I know it because I met you there. I spoke to you there. Oh, foolish and blind. For what, think you, are those glimpses into other worlds and other scenes granted? For how long will you and thousands such as you be content to look no deeper and to inquire no further into the mystery of yourselves? Shall I prove to you the truth of my words? Do you still deny the dual life? Nay, I do but bid you close your eyes, and you will know even as I know, we're even one step further on the path of the hidden wisdom may lead. His voice sounded more and more indistinct. His words lost, for me, all sense of meaning. My eyes closed, but still it seemed to me I was not asleep. I was conscious of movements in the room, of disjointed remarks, of forms passing to and fro, and yet I could not arouse my senses to absolute comprehension. The struggle to do so seemed to weaken me, as no physical effort could have done. Darkness began to settle upon my mind. My feeling, my will, one last spasm of consciousness brought to my ears the echo, as it were, of whispered words. Not this one, do not harm him. I have found the right man at last. Then the darkness grew dense and heavy, a heaviness that might be felt. Chapter 2 A Myserious Guide. When consciousness returned, I found myself lying in what at first seemed to me a garden, and the warmth of summer was in the air, and the clear, soft green of leaves above my head, and to my ears came the swift, refreshing sound of rushing water. Vaguely and dreamily, I looked around. Beauty of colour and of fragrance steeped my senses. All the voices of wood and water were holding sweet converse, and their silvery murmurs mingled with the notes of birds that nested among the sleeping leaves. It was neither day nor night, but that soft between of twilight which shapes the shadows into beauty and tunes the earth to harmony with the advance of night. And as dumbly and drowsily as I listened, it seemed to me that a new sense of comprehension had come to me, and that all those sounds had distinct voice and meaning. Sweet and clear, in changeless rhythmic cadence, rang out that tender lay, and its refrain was always the same. O thou who hast created We thank Thee that we are. I listened in simple enjoyment of listening, and as I did so, a sense of wonder crept into my mind that I, who had so long considered myself a superior being, should also have so long remained an unthankful one. For I could remember no time or occasion in my life when in pure and simple gratitude for the gift of existence I had ever condescended to say, "Oh, Creator of man, I thank Thee that I am." Indeed, I had of late looked upon life as an accident or a misfortune according to its surrounding circumstances. Pursuing this train of thought, I became gradually aware of a feeling of intense and perfect calm. A calm that left nothing to desire or regret. An exquisite quintessence of mind and body, far exceeding the repose of sleep. Though unlike sleep, it was conscious and active, and so to speak, aware of itself. Nature seemed to be teaching me a lesson, and in all humility I received it. Through the lullaby of night, I heard its gentle reproof, and the tears stole to my eyes and wetted my cheeks as a baptism of repentance. Gradually, the light faded, and in its place came a refulgent glory of starlight, stabbed here and there by rays of a golden moon. And then I rose to my feet and wandered on, not even asking myself where I was, or how I had come here to a region where fog and darkness and gloom seemed alike unknown. So, walking and wandering, I found myself at last on the brow of a hill, and there I paused in sheer astonishment. For beyond me lay a city so beautiful that I rubbed my eyes and looked again and again and muttered involuntarily, "Where have I come?" If one could take all that is best of the world's famous cities, its noblest architecture, its most perfect sculptures, its grandest natural beauty, one might be able to form some dim conception of the city on which I gazed. Through its mist, and spanned by fairy bridges, ran a magnificent river whose rippling waters reflected back the glory of moon and stars. Every building was of the purest white marble. Tall, slender shafts and columns of the same material held glittering lamps and were placed at regular intervals down the long, wide streets. I saw movements and shapes and figures passing to and fro, but the general sense of perfect beauty, purity, and adjustment struck me more forcibly than anything else. "It is perfect," I cried involuntarily. "Where can it be? How is it I..." As a thought touched the sense of wonder and framed it into speech, I found I was no longer alone. Someone stood beside me and looked up into my face and met my wandering glance. It was the old man whom I had rescued in the fog. How is it you are here?" he interrupted quietly. "I brought you." I took the rod and, unquestioningly, I mounted the stairway and reached the silver gates. They were even more beautiful on a nearer view than I had fancied them at my first glance. So delicate, so graceful, so aerial, that it was a marvel how any ingenuity could have constructed them. As my guide had bidden me, I touched them with the crystal rod, and immediately they rolled back into a sliding groove, and I passed through. I found myself in the marble courtyard with the music of flashing fountain in my ears and the loveliness of blossoming boughs and arching foliage above my head. The sound of distant music came softly through the air and seemed to sway and float on the hush of its divine fragrance. My heart thrilled with ecstasy and wonder that had sometimes touched it in moments of inspiration, or in some wild imagining that the world calls a poet's frenzy. I closed my eyes and stood still, too content, too at rest to proceed further. Fain would I have sunk down on the velvet sward, listening only to that divine melody, hushed and tranced in that most perfect peace. But something, I know not what, seemed impelling me, rousing me, as it were, to proceed on my path of adventure, and involuntarily my feet turned, my will obeyed, and I moved on through an open doorway and passed into the interior of a beautiful palace. From vaulted hall to hall and room to room, I went on as a dreamer in his dream, seeing no one, but ever expectant and ever wondering. All around me was beautiful, but with the simplicity only of pure and most chaste art. Nothing was gaudy or glaring or bright of hue. Only the pure white and silver of the exterior was repeated in the marble seat and softly gleaming tissues that cushioned them, and in the goblets and urns and sculptures that adorned various chambers. On and on I wandered, still feasting my eyes on the beauty and my senses on the fragrance of natural scents and sound. On, still on, till I reached a small octagonal chamber, before the doorway of which hung a curtain of transparent, silvery gauze, fine as any cobweb, and glittering as I have seen such a web glisten in the early dawn of a summer's day, when the night dews still spangle its fragile beauty. The chamber, like the others I had seen, was pure white, and in the midst hung a silver lamp with an electric star prisoned in its crystal glow. Low seats or divans were placed round the wall and covered with soft, fleecy stuffs, spangled all over with silvery stars. So much I noted, no more. For then my eyes rested, entranced and awestruck, on a figure lying asleep on one of those couches. The figure of a woman. A woman, said I. Nay, rather goddess, angel, all that may mean the uttermost perfection of mortal loveliness, shrined in a dream of immortal divinity. Take all that is best of the most perfect beauty, all that is grace of the most perfect grace, every outpouring of sculptor's genius, of poet's fancy, of painter's imagining, and yet that all is but a feeble conception of this sovereign loveliness on which my eyes gazed until they grew dazzled and afraid. And I veiled them in my fear as I stood trembling and expectant behind that shrouding silvery haze. Again, that feeling of as a compelling will, a force breathing through me and shaping in my actions into obedience, made itself felt. I withdrew my hand from my eye. I raised the curtain. I strode across the silver threshold and halted beside the white couch and the sleeping figure. As I stood there, rapt and wondering, all pulses of passion and of sense seemed to sink into quiescence, awed by more than a woman's beauty, stilled by more than a devotee's worship. What was best in my soul and purest in my manhood bent head and knee in homage and thrilled my heart with rapture beyond all words, in that my eyes were permitted to rest unrebuked upon a being so beautiful. As that feeling held me in its spell of silent reverence, the white lids were slowly lifted. The hidden eyes looked back to my own, and their deep and solemn gaze seemed to thrill my very soul and read its innermost secrets. I trembled and yet grew glad and strong, for I had no fear of that pure gaze and no shame that bade me shrink from meeting it. And I knew that she knew it. I watched with great wonder the soft, deep eyes grow shy and tender, and the lovely face glowed and mantled with a blush, faint as the rose hues of dawn upon mountain snows. And I saw her lips move, and the grace of her perfect form rise slowly from its shrouding silvery covering, and the whiteness of her little feet put to shame the marble of the floor they touched. And so standing before me, with the gold of her rippling hair shading the serious and timid beauty of her downcast face, she held out her hand to me and drew near, and yet nearer, and sweeter than all mortal music was the sound of her voice as she murmured, From all the ages I have waited for thee, as thou for me, O lover. And now that thou art here, I am queen no longer, save in the sovereignty of womanhood. So place thy hand in mine, and I will lead thee to the throne I have guarded, and the people I have ruled, till thou shouldst come to take thy place. For to no other than he who shall be Lord of me and mine, it is given to lift the starry curtains and pass the silver threshold. I took her hand, and its touch thrilled me with rapture as she lifted the shy beauty of her face to mine. And how may mere words paint the touch of those meeting lips and the ecstasy of that first, most perfect kiss? Sake of them, I could have bartered soul and body for evermore. But there was no need. Unasked, they gave themselves to me, and I, it seemed as if the pulse of a god beat in my heart, and the strength of a giant was in my veins, and yet withal a great meekness and a great wonder that the gift of such a love was mine. For never had mortal womanhood appealed to me in any shape or sense, and never had the follies and passions of men beset me with any tempting. And now I knew the reason, and knowing it, gloried in the strength that had been mine, and the gifts that had helped the higher nature to overcome the lower. For I had found my reward. I had found my reward. I was murmuring this over and over in a sleepy, senseless way when my eyes opened. I was sitting in the same room, in the same chair, and in the light of the 7 candles that now illumined the room, I saw the basilic eyes of that strange guide upon my face. At the same moment, a clock struck 7. I sprang to my feet. No words can describe the torture, the more than mortal agony of disappointment that thrilled every nerve and made of memory a goad that spurred me almost to madness. Was it only a dream? A poor elusive vision, a phantom that had mocked and cheated me? I cried aloud in my agony. But the old man only smiled. Brave on, he said. It is your province. You are a poet and a dreamer, and your visions are always of that which is impossible. This was no vision, I cried fiercely. No dream could be so real, so perfect. Tell me, did your spells conjure it up, or any will of yours produce it? I, he said meaningly, and the fierce glare of his eyes seemed to scorch and burn me with unholy force. If so, young dreamer, what would you give to have your dream again? To clasp your divinity in your arms, to taste once more the rapture of that kiss, to share the sovereignty of that throne. What would you give? Say. Perhaps I was mad. God help me. I cannot tell. I only know I sank back in my chair, faint, trembling, helpless. The basilisk gleam of those terrible eyes seemed to hold me like a spell. I would give anything, I muttered hoarsely. Life itself, if you will. For life will be nothing to me now, but emptiness and blackness and desolation. Less than life will buy your desires, he said curtly. Give me but your will for 7 days, and for each of those days you shall have countless years of the love you have tasted in your vision, of a sovereignty such as the mind of man has never conceived. Why do you stare? It is an easy condition. Yes or no? And I, oh fool that I was, I did not hesitate. I did not even consider. I but bowed my head and answered gladly, yes. A strange light leapt into the old man's eyes. He drew a long, deep breath of relief. At last, he muttered, at last. He rose and went over to the corner of the room and opened what seemed like a door. My eyes followed him, fascinated and curious. I saw him take a tiny phial from a shelf, which he brought over to me, locking the door behind him. "When you go home," he said, "drink this. Pour it into a glass of water and throw yourself on your bed, for sleep will come almost instantly. One warning only I give you. Beware of your seventh dream." With those words sounding in my ears, I found myself once more in the lighted streets. Chapter 3. The First Dream. The fog had cleared. Stars and moon were alike visible as I took my way homeward. I lived in rooms by myself and had done ever since I left Cambridge, but I was alone in the world, without near kindred and with no single human creature whom I specially called friend. My nearest approach to that possession was in the person of Ferrers Dean, a young barrister who had been at college with me, a bee of active and kindly temperament, to whom I had played the drone, but a fellow of good heart and most unselfish nature. Mad. Well, I thank God for the madness. And believe me, friend, there is sometimes a greater truth underlying such madness than any boasted sanity ever possessed. He who has loosed the spirit from the chains that held it knows very well enough how to guide its free, wild pinions. Verily, there is a madness at which the world scoffs, but which pities the world, even as the sun may pity the blind worm that burrows deeper and deeper into the dull, brown earth, because it dare not gaze upon glory. I should have been well content to be called mad that night by anyone who had known what was in my fevered heart. I walked the familiar way, unheeding words that mocked or steps that followed. I found myself at last in my own familiar room with a sense of relief, noting that the clock was striking midnight as I entered, and that before me on the table lay a letter in the well-known writing of Ferrers Dean. The lamp was burning, but all the house was still and silent. I took up the letter and went into my bedroom, which adjoined the sitting room. I had had no food since that coffee and biscuit before mentioned, nor did I feel in want of any. I was indeed far too anxious to prove the promised power of my strange acquaintance to delay for a single moment following his direction. I glanced at the letter and saw that my friend mentioned he was going out of town for a week. Then I thrust it into a drawer and from my coat took out my tiny phial. It contained a clear and colourless liquid. Obeying the directions I had received, I poured the contents into a glass of water, then threw off my clothes, drank the liquid unhesitatingly, and fell back on the pillows. Scarcely had my eyes closed when I once more found myself in the white palace and nestling amidst the white and silver cushions, even as I had seen her last, was its lovely queen, the goddess of my worship. She raised herself on one white arm, and a smile of welcome was on her lips, and the light of more than mortal love in her glorious eyes, as she looked up at my eager face. "Thou hast returned, my lord," she said, and sweeter even the memory had fancied was the music of her glad, low voice. "Indeed, the hours have seemed long, but I knew thou wouldst return. I would I might never leave thee," I murmured passionately, as I sank down on the cushion piled onto the marble floor beside the divan where she lay. Her eyes drooped. A dreamy, wistful smile parted the curves of her tender mouth. "It may be," she said, "I know not, but it may be, for the years have been long, and we have been patient exceedingly." Then she nestled back like a lovely white dove among the silvery tissue, through which her beauty gleamed with yet more wonderful charm, and her soft hand sought mine and clasped it, as I sat there at her feet, and with her deep soft eyes upon my face, she said, "Let my Lord tell me, if it please him, of himself and of his life, and that sphere he has left, for the time is long, and the ages truly are many since I visited it, and fain would I know if men are wiser and better, and if great thoughts and deeds have enabled it, and if women are pure and wise, yet loving and humble withal, as God meant them to be. For truly, as a far-off memory is my knowledge of what that world was, and of those who ruled it by power and law. And speak also of thyself, and of the name by which I shall call thee. As for me, Thou mayest call it me thy letter, if thou needest a name. But I am known here only as the White Queen. It is the name best suited to thee, I said, gazing with rapture at her face. A queen thou art by very sovereignty of beauty and purity and goodness. I marvel that thou shouldst love me, for what am I save a dreamer, whose heart has been thy shrine, and who in visions has sought me vainly, yet loved thee, all unknowing we should ever meet. Thou hast been more true to me, she said softly, than ever man was true, for in the long span of dark forgotten years thou didst love me, and never hast thou swerved from thy faith, or forgotten thy first vow in the Chaldean garden. I was a poor captive, and thou, great man's son, didst pity me and rescue me from evil men. And now thou hast come to me of thy own will and desire, and never yet shone light, day, or glory of night on love more pure and perfect than ours. Thou art the first man who has set foot in this thy maiden palace. For here I dwell, but a maiden guard to companion and serve me. And though it is not permitted, or indeed is it possible, to know weariness, satiety here, yet my heart has longed for thee more often than I dare confess. And as she said those sweet words, her eyes met mine, and I seemed to look down into two clear wells of perfect truth, and to read there the tender devotion of a loving woman's heart. And my own grew humble exceedingly, and as indeed it is well that any man should grow before the purity and divinity that perfect womanhood enshrines. For there the baseness of the senses may not reach, and the cruelty and license of impure thoughts and longings dare not breathe, and all that makes heaven possible and humanity divine, and genius sacred, and art immortal are the dreams she bestows and the inspirations she awakens. A difference here from the base and sullied thing that man makes the sport of his passion and the toy of his idle hours in that world I had quitted. Aye, a difference so great that the word woman scarce conveys what my letter really was. Yet, if I said spirit, that also would not describe her, for her beauty was mortal, though etherealized, and her touch and her kiss held rapture, even as those of the women men love. But they fired not heart and sense, nay, rather they stilled them and set them at rest, and a great peace and a great joy rolled in waves of ever-recurrent bliss over my soul as I listened to her words of love and breathed my own. Ah, sweet, tranced hour of glory and delight. Would to heaven that men might realize all you mean. Through the windows of the chamber flashed at last the golden rays of dawn, and as they touched that queenly head she rose and stood upright on the marble floor, and crossed her arms above her breast, and for a moment bent as if in silent adoration. I heard the same prayer of thanksgiving fall from her lips that I had listened to in the woods at twilight. Then she turned to me and held out her hand. Come, she said, I will show thee the city and its wonders, and thou shalt see how easy a thing it is to rule by love and order. But stay, art thou weak or weary? For as yet thou art not of us, and it may be that thou dost need food. Unheeding my disclaimers, she led me by a corridor to the fountain in the courtyard, and filling a silver cup with its sparkling waters, she gave it me to drink. How cool and sweet and exquisite it was. My pulses leapt, my blood stirred fresh and buoyant as in my early youth. The slight, scarce heeded languor that had been all I knew of fatigue in that enchanting presence fell off me as a cloak that is tossed aside, and so, smiling gladly in very lightness of heart, we once more joined hands and passed out of the silver gate and into the wide, wide streets beyond. Chapter 4. The City of the Future. Even more beautiful than it had looked by light of moon and stars seemed that magic city in the radiance of the dawn. The streets were full of life and motion, but the people who passed us were like a perfected and glorified type of what I had been used to regard as humanity. My letter greeted them with a smile or a word as she moved along, and I, wondering that the queen of so fair a place should receive no sign of homage, questioned her as to the reason. She bent her sweet eyes on my face. It is easy to see, she said gently, that the memory of my Lord is still mortal, else would he never ask why here the fact of sovereignty is not also a cause for the paltry triumph of exacted deference. Here all are equal, naught but mind is honoured. All requirements of man may be satisfied by nature. Here he needs no wealth, no trade to supply him, nor would he ever suffer the countless ills of mortality, did he but let reason guide and nature instruct him. Since he has grown deaf to the one and heedless of the other, suffering and sorrow are his portion, and only by fruit of bitter tears and weary hours and long sad days of pain can he quit that sphere he has desecrated for this, where he sees what he might have been. How may my poor words describe the wonders that this city reveals, its works of beauty and of genius were the perfective works of man's imagining. For well enough we mortals know that never in any creation of art, in any product of imagination, in any effort of will, does the fulfilled work represent what its purpose was meant to us, what its first gleam of inspiration whispered to the brain, whose faltering power sinks back shamed and disheartened from the parody of actual achievement. From the weary round of earth life, these souls had wrung their triumph, and by right of the complete justice and harmony that rules the world of creation, they now tasted their reward. Barred no longer by gates of avarice and self-interest, the artisan tasted the fruit of skill and invention, framed with clear balance of mind and honest purpose. The simplicity of laws put to shame the chicanery, robbery and injustice of earth's complicated and cumbersome machinery. The artist's despairing cry beat no longer against the thick impervious wall of the trader's interest. The poet's song soared gladly on the pinion of its own strength, unweighted by publishers' misjudgment, unwrecked as a vehicle for mere gain. The musician heard his melodies interpreted from sheer love of their beauty and grateful acknowledgement of their merit, not because gold had bought executive skill or interest a grudging permission to reach the ear of a public to whom he was bond slave for art's sake. And here, too, the patient and skilled physician found rest and reward, where neither quack nor cheat might distress, nor the folly and obstinacy and prejudices of humanity vexed his soul. Face to face with nature, he grew humble as a little child, learning greater truth and nobler lessons than ever he had learned in crabbed lore, and by light of midnight oil and ceaseless, untiring effort in his years of labour. Mind is the world's real ruler, and mind reigned calm and supreme here. So beautiful and equable a balance between nature and the spirit could not fail to adjust every exigence that arose, every necessity that compelled attention. For of all gifts given to man, reason is the greatest, and here was life perfected by reason, controlled by reason, ruled by reason, and itself eminently reasonable. Crime was unknown and all vice, weakness, cruelty and dishonesty therefore non-existent. A system founded upon pure morality could not but be pure itself, for every instinct and feeling was trained to meet its requirements, and obedience was no task but a delight that reaped reward with every effort. So much I learned from the White Queen's lips as we moved from place to place throughout that first most wonderful day. Wisely, indeed, has Matthew Arnold said that whoever is shipwrecked on conduct, nations and men alike. Starting with this knowledge and founded on a perfectly simple and natural basis, I had discovered a government and a people, pure, true, just and reasonable. All the falsities, the musty cobwebs, the superstitions and conservatisms, the follies and hypocrisies, the selfishness and cowardice which clog man's endeavours and hang the dead weight of prejudice and oppression on every effort at true freedom were here discarded once and forever. No single crime of earth that disfigures humanity was even possible, but to a sound and perfect morality, crime is a natural enemy. And here I recognize a system founded upon a sound and pure morality, and that only. There were beings here who had lived on earth, and others who had never seen it, but each and all had learned one great lesson. Unfettered by dogma, unimpeded by false creed and the bewildering teachers of theology, the lesson that between the soul and its creator there exists one glorious link, strong enough to lift it to the height of its best desires. Slow and long may be the leverage, but it is sure, and stronger than all power of evil is the might of its mighty force. For love forged it, and love holds it in its place. And sooner or later, when mists of ignorance and darkness are swept aside, that love will be recognized and its power acknowledged. Here too I saw no church or chapel, no mosque or cathedral, no shrine or temple. Neither was there stated each day and hour a worship of the deity. But all days and all hours were bright and sacred with grateful memory of his love and reverence for his power and goodness. No foolish priest repeated, parrot-like, the formula appointed of man by way of honouring man's creator. Nor did sect attack sect and creed war against creed, and ever and always the rite and the form set themselves up as a guide for worship. For here reigned reason calm and self-controlled, rendering strife and contention impossible, because it had recognized the errors of superstition and fearlessly overthrown them. Wonderingly, I recognized the simplicity and beauty of such life, and saw too the ease with which it might be adopted. Could the world I had known been swept free and clear of its long-held errors, and learn that principle is the first law of man to himself and to his fellows. Instilled in childhood, governing youth, inspiring manhood, elevating the weak, ennobling the strong. How grand and great would be individual self-government if begun aright and helped on to victory by virtues pure and simple. Yet men would say, it is too hard to be truthful, hard to be sincere, hard to be pure-minded, hard to be simple of habit and temperate and chaste in person. Hard, and blood has been spilt like water, and gold poured out as a flood. That religion might teach such truths as these, the truths God breathed into man's soul with the first breath that quickened life. Hard. Whose is the fault, eh? Whose? Methinks I can leave that question to be answered by other lips than mine. Like a flood of hot and bitter waters, these thoughts raged and boiled within my soul. Even that sweet, serene presence did not stay or soothe them. But every new perfection brought to my mind the foulness and darkness I had left behind. And I longed with passionate longings to stand clarion-voiced in the midst of mankind and show them for once what they were, by light of what they might be. But gently and tenderly, that sweet voice wooed me back to peace. Nay, Why does my Lord vex his soul? She said softly, seeing that the world is not yet ripe for truth and loves best its darkness and its follies. There is time and space for all men to read their past and acknowledge its errors. He who has created life has created also its laws of governance. So long as man is filled with sense of his own importance and pride of his own personality, so long will he err, and so long will he suffer. All the histories of all the world, of nations, have spoken out that truth. Surely it is no new thing. And now, were an angel from the great presence itself to descend to them and preach even such simple truth as here we see and dwell amongst, they would scoff and mock and disbelieve. So it comes that they must learn their lesson. Learn it in trial, in bitter sorrow, in weariness of suffering and of pain. Such is the mystery of human life. Long wrought and long defiled by human will. Is it fair here? Is it peaceful? Is it pleasant? Even so might be that other world from whence my Lord has come, and whose dark memory clouds now his wandering soul. Might. But the day is far off, and a darker night of woe and tribulation than aught it has known has yet to herald that great dawn. So let not my Lord be troubled, seeing that an all-wise purpose holds the destiny of that future, and prayers and tears avail not, since they are but links in that purpose. Rather, let him rejoice that his fate is not of it, else he would not be here. And now we will return to the palace, and I will show my Lord the gardens and the courts that are his, and there shall he rest and dream, nor vex his soul with sorrow for what is vile and sad. Did not man fix his own destiny by rebellion? He has sown the seeds of a bitter harvest, and many are the crops he has had to reap. Aye, and still must reap ere he regains his lost heritage. With the sound of her sweet, wise words, and the glory and loveliness of her bright smile, my soul forgot its momentary grief. Obedient to her will, I entered once more the palace gates and drank again of the fountain's refreshing waters. Then we wandered through the maze of flowering shrubs into a vast, beautiful garden. Set high on its sloping terraces was a natural arbour of arcing boughs that met and interlaced in lovely and living concord above a bank of emerald moss. Seated there, the whole fair city lay before us, mapped clear and distinct in the bright, translucent air. All around were hills and far off hazy mountains, crowned with the snow of floating clouds. A sweet low wind came rustling through the boughs and passed light as a fairy's footstep over the scarcely ruffled grass, and so floated on to ample depths of meadowland and shadowy groves below. And the river, sapphire-hued and clear as crystal, sparkled ever like a winding light through plain and valley. Forests spread their waves of deep green leafage over the sloping hills. The slanting sun rays played at hide and seek in all the channeled shadows of the woods. And everywhere was beauty, such as brush of painter and mind of poet ne'er portrayed. Beauty that made eyes glad and heart reverent only to gaze on it, until the happy song of nature floated from soul to lip. O thou who hast created, we thank thee that we are. We spoke little, Violetta and I, for my heart was full and strange thoughts were stirring within me. Yet I seemed to live only and solely in the present, feeling neither languor, nor wonder, nor desire. Nor did I question the power that had brought me here, or the wherefore of it. The span of actual years, the extent of actual life, these things troubled me not. I knew that my soul had found its rest, and my heart its true helpmate. And I know now why the name and presence of woman had been to me so cold and an impersonal thing. And so, with long, grave looks that read each other's souls, and tender pause of speech that was sweeter than spoken words, and some stray touch of meeting hands or lips, such as love must ever crave for its delight. We watched the golden day speed on to meet the night, and the last faint rose hues melt upon the snows of those far clouds, till all the mystic grace of night's birth shone forth in tender glory, and so, wrapped in shrouding arms of twilight silence, we sought again the silver chamber where my love and I had first stood soul to soul. Ch5 Night. The palace was brilliantly illuminated, and forms were flitting to and fro. They were the attendants of the White Queen, no less royal than herself. And lacking little of her beauty and her grace, but much of her wisdom, and therefore by so much as her mind transcended theirs, did she rule them. There was no other sovereignty worth the name. We passed amongst the beauteous crowd, she giving gentle words and smiles to all. And so she led me into a large hall or banqueting chamber, glittering with electric stars. In the midst was a table laden with fruits and flowers and goblets of sparkling water. We seated ourselves, and to me it was the feast of enchantment. Lovely music and singing voices thrilled the air from some invisible source, and the Queen and her maiden court talked freely and gaily of all that the day had held. I watched them and listened in a dreamy maze of thought, for a wonder had come upon me as to who and what these radiant beings were. Not spirits, and yet not mortals. Rather, it seemed to me as if what was divine in mortal and yet mortal in divinity were in them subtly and magically blended. When they had withdrawn and we were alone, I asked Novella if this was so. She looked thoughtful. We never question the why and wherefore of our natures here, she said. That stage is over and done with before we ever reach this sphere. Though, indeed, it is not far removed from Earth. Would my Lord like to gaze on the planet he has left? The night is clear and fair. I will take him to the tower of my palace. There shall he see how small and poor a place is that vaulted human world which man deems so all-important. She rose from the table as she spoke, and I followed. It seemed to me that I was always discovering new beauties and new wonders in that palace. We passed up a marble staircase, which led by gradual ascent to a small octagonal-shaped tower with 8 windows. Looking through them, something of the wonder and the glory of the solar system became discernible. The ceaseless motion of planets and stars, the fiery nebulous mass of glittering bodies, the swiftness of flight, and the limitless extent of those radiant marvels made me feel dizzy and awestruck. And there, below me, like a child's ball tossed in sport to mid-air, lay the earth I had quitted. This vaunted, majestic, all-important universe of man, for which his puny plans are laid, in which he centres his ambitions and his hopes, and for whose sake he wastes lives and hopes in war and bloodshed. Pity it is he cannot see himself as he is, and as he looks to other glorious spheres and their inhabitants. Marvellous it was to look around on that vast field of space, peopled with wonders such as the mind could scarce conceive, and marvellous to contemplate what would be the fate of one or many of those worlds of light and life, should even the slightest deviation from orbit or ellipse take place. Did yonder earth pause but for one moment, said Novella, pointing downwards to the revolving ball. Could chance or accident, not fixed law, affect the tiniest alteration in its terrible speed? The heat alone produced by such stoppage would be sufficient to melt the entire globe and reduce its greater portion to vapour. I had heard some such explanation, and I had examined the heavenly bodies from earth's plane often and often. But my mind had never before fully realized the truth of what had been described. Now I saw for myself how, far transcending even the discoveries and explanations of science, were the sublime and harmonious arrangements of the universe of space. No need for speculation or guesswork here. Dimensions and distances became comprehensible. The bonds of union between each stellar group were easy of discernment. The heavens unfolded their marvels, and as I gazed on world after world of liquid fire, on radiance of changeful colour scattered in prodigal profusion over azure and crystal seas, or sparkling from profound depths of darker shadows, mind and sense and imagination were alike enthralled, and I seemed again to hear the music of those glorious spheres, the glad song of reverence and delight. Oh, thou who hast created, we thank thee that we are. The sweet, serious voice of Novella spoke to me from time to time, explaining and directing eyes and sense to view those marvels of creation. I know not how long or how short a time passed thus, but at last she said, "The time for rest is at hand. If it pleases my lord, we will descend now to the palace. Do you not need sleep here, Novella?" I asked wonderingly. "We sleep not as those on earth can sleep," she said. "But the night is for rest, and that rest brings us dreams, and it is by those dreams we receive our directions from the great Creator. But as yet we know him not face to face. That still remains to be achieved and worked for as the reward of this and many other lives. We are patient here and live without haste or desire, knowing so much at least that we knew not on earth, that time is vast enough and that God has patience enough to complete every work he has ever begun. When our work here is ended, we shall learn his will for the next world we visit. Knowing this, we have but to obey and to wait. We had reached now the chamber, curtained by those silvery cobweb tissues, and passing through, she pointed to another door or archway. "My lord will rest there," she said simply. "To him will come no dreams, but deep and healthful repose, that shall heal mind and body and spirit. Tomorrow I will show him yet a greater wonder than aught he has seen, the pictures of the magic lake." How fair she looked as she stood there before me, the light on her golden hair and darkly serious eyes, her shy, sweet face, all earnest with more than woman's love, upraised to mind for that sweet tribute to the night that means farewell. And as I drew her in my arms, I had but one regret, that I, too, was not as she was, fit mate for her pure soul and purer love, but that still some of earth's base alloy clung to my nature and tempered it with faint desires from which she would have shrunk. Tenderly I kissed her lovely mouth and fair white brow, and saw her float away beyond the fragile silvery curtains that were the sole barriers between her innocence and my weak human heart and passionate love. I threw myself down on the softly cushioned couch, my eyes closed, My letter was right. Intense, deep rest seemed to steal over every sense and steep my whole nature in a long, entranced oblivion. I awoke only to the matin song of birds outside my chamber windows, and as I sprang from my couch, alert, vigorous, buoyant with health and strength, I should have been ingrate indeed had my spirit not joined in glad, gay unison with that now familiar hymn of all creation. Adjoining my sleeping chamber was a bathroom of faint pink-hued marble, and when I had plunged into its cool and fragrant waters, I took my way by another door into the gardens. Lovely they were in liquid golden light of the new risen sun. So lovely that it seemed sense could not tire, nor I weary of their countless perfections. I threw myself down beneath the trees on a space of soft green turf and rested till the white queen should join me. Now, whether it was the lovely coolness or shade, or the drowsy hum of insects, or the sweet, monotonous murmur of rippling waters, I know not. But soon an overpowering sense of drowsiness stole over me, and the flowers and the leaves grew hazy and indistinct, and a soft darkness seemed hovering and descending above me, and my mind lost its calm, and my senses their even balance, and all sorts of wild and fevered images came rushing through my brain, and paramount among them was an overwhelming sense of trouble or danger, something happening or about to happen, whose facts I could not grasp, and the meaning of which I could not clearly discern. From the pain and distress of those visions, I was suddenly and blissfully awakened by the voice and the touch of Novella. Her eyes, as they met mine, looked anxious and alarmed. "How came my lord here?" she said. "It is not wise nor well that he should venture so near the magic lake, for strange are its influences and manifold its qualities, and he is not yet as we are who dwell beside it and know no fear." I tried to rouse myself, but now all was effort where it had been easy as the impulse. My limbs seemed heavy, my brain clogged and dull. To my surprise, I found that what I had imagined was greensward was really a small emerald-hued lake on whose banks I lay. The water was curiously like the turf that surrounded it, and almost level the banks. I had never seen water of such an intense, clear, glowing green, and as I stumbled to my feet, I almost wondered that I had not walked into it. So still it lay beneath the shade of boughs and chanced soft rain of sun rays. With effort, I threw off my stupor and sluggishness and rose to my feet, and in obedience to Novella's entreaty, went with her to the palace for the usual simple repast of fruit and water. When I had partaken of it, I felt my vigour and clearness of thought returning, and asked Novella for some explanation of what had occurred to me. She still looked grave and anxious. "I hope," she said, "no trouble is at hand for my lord. Hard does it fare, and sorely doth it go with them to whom the waters of the magic lake bring sleep and dark visions." "Is this the lake you spoke of?" I asked. "Lake of pictures?" "Yes," she said, "for there can I show my lord the secrets of earth and all that is done therein, and there also may be seen how the all-wise views the worlds of his creation, and how foolish and vain are man's efforts to deceive him, since every motive is laid bare, and every secret known." I sprang to my feet, eager and alert. "Canst thou do this, Novella?" I said. "Then wondrous indeed must be thy power, and the power of those magic waters. Let us go thither, for now I am strong and brave once more, and I remember well what thou didst promise yesternight." Then, sadly, her sweet eyes looked back to mine, and her golden head drooped as she said, "Not yesternight, my lord, but 6 nights before did I give thee that promise, and thou didst lie sleeping and unmindful of it until this hour." 6 nights! My heart sank within me, and my sense of terrible foreboding again swept across my brain. Vainly I tried to recall something. Word or promise I remembered not, but something that fettered me with a weight I could not banish. Something that brooded as a storm cloud over this my horizon of peace. Alas, it was too dim, too fleeting. Thought could not shape nor memory grasp it. Impulsively, I turned to the White Queen. "Let us waste no more precious hours," I said. "Take me to the lake, Let me read its secrets, for indeed, Nyletter, I know not, I know not. Again the thought escaped me, but I looked into her true eyes and softly kissed her on the brow. Then my trouble fled as an evil dream, and hand in hand, as children walk in innocence and love, we sought once more the shade and solemn quiet of those emerald waters. But Nyletter's face had grown pale, and the earnest thoughtfulness of her eyes seemed troubled when they met my own. Alas, even here could love not hold its little hour of joy unshadowed. Chapter 6. The Magic Lake. We seated ourselves beside the still lake waters. The drooping boughs shut out the warm red sun, and all around was hushed and calm, with that wonderful peace and coolness that is like the blessing of dawn and seems still to keep for earth the memory of primeval holiness. I love not to come here, said Nyletter, with a faint shudder. I remember the days of old and my Chaldean masters. Great was their power and their spells, and their methods of using the subtle and material forces of nature. But theirs was a power of an evil sorcery, for, as doubtless my Lord knows, the motive alone influences the power of magic and gives to it malignance or beneficence. Spiritual force cannot be alloyed with material or selfish desires, but an evil force, strong to work ills, allied to all passions of hate, revenge, ambition, or desire, is also capable of development, and dire is the mischief that it works on man. She paused and looked down into the cool, unrippled depths of the tiny lake. I saw her lips move. Then she lifted her arm and made a sign over the water. Look, she said, and her eyes met mine with a calm force of command that involuntarily turned mine own as she directed. I stooped down and gazed into that emerald-hued mirror at my feet. Clear as a picture and set in frame of leaf and bough, I saw a miniature reflection of the earth I had quitted. City after city passed before me with all their pollutions, their ugliness, their imperfections of plan, their irrational defects, their selfish crowding out of space and light and air, that the monarchs of greed and gain might be throned in their midst, their noisome dens that breed pestilence and fever, their foul sins that shroud themselves in darkness, their want and woe that bred crime, their barter of human life and human skill and human energy in order that some puppet on a throne, some statesman of a party, some ruler of a kingdom might see ambition gratified and desire and greed and vanity and selfishness dignified as virtues for popularity. Thou hast seen, said Novella, what man has made of earth. See now what he has made of himself. Again she waved her hand. And once more the clear depths mirrored forth her bidding. Alas, how can I paint now that panoramic succession of horrors on which I gazed, fascinated, yet appalled, for as the sudden uncovering of some mighty engine reveals all its springs and works and strange, intricate machinery, so I saw man and the worlds of man and the follies and vices that he hugs to his secret heart, saying, I alone know. Men met face to face and smiled and murmured in sincere greetings, and I read the heart and its hidden hate or jealousy or animosity. Women sat in their solitary chambers and decked themselves with vain appareling and 100 artifices of the toilet, and to me looked hideous deformities. But they sallied forth and met the men they fain would capture and allure, and smiled and murmured soft, foolish lies, and looked the innocence of which their hearts had long since been robbed, and so played their petty parts on the stage of vanity, and thought that even as they seemed, so God believed them. The trader sat in his cellar, or concocted with vicious aid the poisons and adulterations that make of nature's gifts a vile and health-destroying thing, and he chuckled over his ill-gotten gains, while disease and misery and madness were their result, not ever deemed himself a murderer. And I saw the workman and the artisan, whose chief faults were those of ignorance. I saw them wearied and spent with toil, and poisoned air, and scanty food, and halting on homeward way for rest and refreshment at the gilded bars of infamy that shame the name of civilization. But I saw what they saw not, the poison in the cup that stole sense and reason from their brain, and left the seeds of madness in their place, the filthy compounds that did but lend new thirst and awake the vilest of all vile cravings and the worst of all evil passions, while lolling in carriages or gleefully counting the balance at their bankers, the owners and the masters of those drinking hells drove by, smiling and content, and fearing neither retribution of God nor condemnation of man. Shuddering and appalled, I covered my eyes, crying out in sudden anguish, "Can God see and have patience?" And sweetly that low voice answered, "He hath patience, because justice shall surely be done to the wrongdoer. For every ill those favoured ones of earth's now execute with such ease, and from whose effects they wilfully turn their eye, they shall suffer in their turn, as we may not even know or conceive. For God punishes the sin of intent and purpose with a justice that never spares. So it is vain, and worse than vain, for king or statesman or ruler or merchant or any man or woman in any rank or degree of life to flatter themselves that none knoweth of their ill deeds. Not one is unknown. Not one is forgotten. They will learn it to their cost. Again my eyes sought the magic pool, and now the pictures changed rapidly and in sequence. There can be no effect without a cause adequate to produce it, murmured Novella. See the folly of the man who blames his maker and ruler for ills that he himself has occasioned. Then there passed me in review a crowd of hideous and deformed beings, cursing the daylight and the very life that still bound them to their loathsome existence. And close behind them I saw the vices and the evils that had engendered disease and bred pollution. Nature's laws change not, said Novella. Let man infringe them in the smallest detail, and he brings suffering and sorrow on his head. Creeds and forms and prayers avail nothing. He who has made all things perfect cannot turn aside to alter laws and revolutionize creation because of the blindness and folly of his creatures. The sin of parents must bring forth its harvest of corruption. See there, a mother weeps beside her dead child's cradle. Not hers the fault, but hers the suffering. A poison drops in the vein of some deceased ancestor is the cause of her grief now. Poor creature, her sorrow blinds her, and she raves at God as the author of her misery. Alas, when will mortals recognize the truth that God's laws are made once for all? That he who breaks one smallest jot infringes one seeming trivial rule brings down upon himself, and to those to whom he gives life and being, the inevitable penalty decreed from the beginning, and which endureth till the end. Then I saw the frivolities of fashion linking themselves into a senseless waste of time and a false craving for excitement that led on to crime. The crime that stamps false women and false wives, and which was branded clear as sin could make it on many a proud brow, uplifted to heaven's light, was stamped in letters of fire on the perjured heart that hugged to itself in secret that vilest of vile hypocrisies. My sin is unknown, it shall not find me out. O foolish sisterhood, could ye but see, could ye but know how brief is your little day of self-deception, how long and fearful its penance. Verily ye would fly affrighted from the gilded path of sin, and while time and life were yours, profit by their opportunities. Thou shalt see now the two curses of this age, murmured my letter. Of a truth thou wilt need courage, for that which is unveiled represents the illusions of faith and the follies of superstition. And thou shalt see what the world's spiritual teachers have done for it. Then, in long review, came the 1,000 orders of 1,000 priesthoods, rushing, tearing, trampling like wild beasts, flourishing dogma and creed, and upholding each petty, self-appointed institution as the only and sole place where the majesty of the Creator might be rightly worshipped. I could have laughed aloud had my heart not been too humiliated. When I thought of the sublimity and majesty of that mighty ruler, and watched these anthills of superstition and folly upraised in his name and deemed worthy of his special recognition. But here again I saw the motive unveiled, and I read the priest's paltry ambition and the prelate's pompous dignity and the churchman's blind prejudice and the deacon's petty officiousness and the curate's weariness and envy and the congregation's apathy and dullness. And I saw that among clouds of incense and harmonies of music and pride and pomp of ceremony and every minutiae of ritual and pretended humility, there was scarce one prayer worth the name, one thought worth the reading, one song of praise worth the acceptance. And this was the poor, pretentious, hypocritical stuff that the religions of the world offered to its maker. Dost thou wonder, as even I wondered, that God makes not an end of them once and forever? Asked Novella sorrowfully. It is not as I told my Lord, that infinite patience and infinite justice alone can bear with man. Not one of these peopled spheres dare offer such insult as those poor craven fools have done, and do knowingly. Yet, with all the errors they have bred, and with the whole of past history as a warning, they cannot see that their system is false at its very foundation. For by virtue only, and by practice of virtue, can man elevate his nature, and no empty faith or creed or form, such as thou hast seen 1,000 times, avails to save him from his own ill-doing. The worship of the Creator is a natural, simple feeling impressed on the heart and soul of man. The outcome of gratitude, simplicity and content. It is all God asks of him. Prayers for his welfare are but waste of breath, for that welfare is governed by the immutable laws that rule creation. Obedience to those laws brings satisfaction and peace. Infringement, suffering and woe. Too long have men allowed themselves to be governed by sects that refuse to contemplate facts and yet eagerly accept fictions and marvels. In every age, in every nation, however far we look back, we see that iron hand of the priesthood clutching at a power, the loftiest of all power, the might that is right and would govern souls and bodies alike until tyranny enforces rebellion. Back to the furthest ages we trace the evil done in the name of God. Burnt offerings and sacrifices and atonements proclaimed by the voice of man, for never yet did he who created life wantonly destroy it. The pride of man, the ignorance of man, the superstition of man, these and these alone built up the baseless fabric of the world's religions. For where there one spark of the true spirit in those creeds, one breath of the health-giving influence of the great Creator himself, for were there one spark of the true spirit in those creeds, one breath of the health-giving influence of the great Creator himself, never would that pitiful, degrading, miserable spectacle be lying before your eyes that the world calls humanity. She ceased, and my heart grew sick and faint as I recognized now, with newborn clearness of vision, the truth she had spoken. For scathing and terrible as was her denunciation, I knew that it was deserved, that never, while religion stood on its present basis of error and lauded the credulity that accepts without proof and the faith that finds comfort in external form, and the formality that is the outcome of due regard for sacraments, rites, offertories, and observances, would the morality of the world be anything worth the name, or religion aught but a shaking of dry bones by the wind of superstition? Oh, terrible was it to see what I saw, and but feebly can my words portray it. And yet that was not all. For one more scene of horror was still to unroll itself before my eyes. Slowly and tremblingly, I witnessed the display of the second great ill that curses the world of today. It was the vice of intemperance. In every form and detail, I saw that loathsome evil. The poor man in the low drinking dens of cities, the foolish youth that bars their gilded hells, the men and women of society in their homes of luxury, the secret drunkard stealing, with bottle in hand from an unknown hiding place, rising at night to sip the deadly poison, and chuckling with triumph over the cunning that cheated friend and foe. Alas, poor fool, one eye was upon thee, and saw thy trembling hand and reeling footstep, and knew of the lies that the morrow would frame to excuse the pallid face and burning throat and shaking hand, or the diseases that one by one crept on to fasten on thy shattered frame. The temple thou hast desecrated in very wantonness, and over whose ruins thou shalt yet live to weep, when none may comfort thee. Countless were the pictures of this most hateful evil: ruined homes, broken hearts, prostituted women, desecrated genius, falsified hopes, a long and bitter and most terrible array. And the church looked on with apathy, or pointed to its empty ceremonials as safeguards. And the law made paltry regulations at which the maddened crowd jeered in witless triumph. And the state folded its arms, saying, "It concerns not me. but I regulate duty and taxation. And none were brave enough or strong enough to raise the cry that should sweep these devils' institutes from off the cities of earth and show men how to be brave and strong and chaste and temperate and zealous and bold in all causes of good and of truth by right of principle and motive. For both were God's first gifts, and both are his gifts still. Only who is honest enough to avow the one and believe the other? I shuddered as slowly and gradually that last scene faded away. No more, I cried. I cannot bear it. It is too horrible. Is the world all evil? Oh, Novella, is there no spot where life is pure and God is loved and honoured and hearts are grateful, even as here, for the gifts and benefits he has bestowed and seen so shamefully desecrated? Thou speakest as my own heart was wont to speak, she said, and it may be that I can show thee a fairer picture to lighten the dark memory of these. Look once again on the quiet waters and see if there be any purity or any grace or any among so much that is vile and selfish. And I looked, and once again the magic panorama unrolled its varied scene. I saw brave souls struggling manfully against the difficulties and temptations of life. I saw men striving to lift the axe of bold denunciation against the Hopelss tree of civilized sins. And women too. I saw young and old working and toiling with every influence of home and love and simple piety to work good amidst the circles of mingling lives that met and crossed their own in kingship or association. And I saw too how great a power was woman's, and how far, far greater it might become if fairly and boldly wielded. For she it is who holds the motherhood of all the races, and cradled at her breast, and taught by her lips, man learns his first life lessons. I saw how much she might have done, and how much she still may do, would she but train the infant as she would have the man, and make of the daughters she bears pure, brave, strong women, fearless because truth-loving, pure because of the supremacy of that greatest of woman's virtues, recognizing sin against herself and her sisters as an outrage to be judged, not a mere venial error condoned by the sex that makes laws, because those laws are necessary for its own convenience and lacks morality and vicious habit. And for sake of some such brave and simple souls, for pity of the struggling, the weak, the sorrowful, the humble, the man of genius and effort, the woman of purity and patience, is the earth spared, and its errors and sins still suffered, though every age binds fresh burdens on its guilty offspring, and the cry of the oppressed and the suffering rises like the smoke of an unquenchable fire to heaven. I withdrew my eyes at last and turned to the White Queen. I saw she was gazing earnestly, intently at the clear water. Suddenly it began to darken and grow troubled. Pale and trembling, I let her turn to me and fixed her eyes upon my face. "Of what are thy thoughts?" I asked her gently, and I drew closer to her side as she lay reclined upon the soft greensward. She pointed towards the lake. "Of thy fate, my lord," she said, "and of the future, which, indeed, I may not rightly know, nor should have sought to read. But I am woman, still in loving thee, and all that concerns thee touches my own heart with kindred joy or woe, and I seem to see there a trouble for thee that I may not avert or share. With sudden impulse I drew her to my heart. "But I shall not leave thee, beloved," I cried. "Now and forever my fate is sealed to thine, and here trouble comes not, nor any woe or pain of earth. So heed not the dark shadows on the water. They have no meaning for us. Hast thou not called me Lord? And by right of my love and thine, I claim thee and life henceforward." Paler and paler grew her lovely face, and she shivered in my arms as if the chill of her forebodings swept across her delicate frame on the breath of the soft, warm air. "Nay, my lord," said she, "speak not thus, I entreat thee. Love gives no rights here, and claims none. Unfettered is the soul, and quick to recognize its mate. And I knew thou hadst loved me, and I had loved thee, through the chains and the chants of many weary lifetimes. But tell me, thou hast not spoken of it yet. How camest thou here? She drew herself away, and I stood there before her, perplexed, grave, but unable to find answer to her question. Indeed, Nyaletta, I said, I know not. Memory has grown dim, and I cannot recall how or why I came. But since I am here, why vex ourselves with the why and wherefore? This I know at least. I love thee, and I will not leave thee again if that avail aught. She bent her golden head and crossed her lovely arms upon her breast, and oh, the beauty of her and the meekness of her look and gesture. What words can tell as with that mixture of woman and of angel she stood before me. I would it might avail, she said, for my Lord knows that I have loved and love him faithfully and well. Yet a shadow has come between us now, and the day is nigh spent. Would that this night might be even as other nights. But when I sought assurance of that, the waters grew dark and troubled. Heed them not, I cried rashly, for truly something of man's bold will and passion began to stir in my veins and beat in my throbbing pulses. Let us go hence to thy palace chambers, Nyaletta, and music and song shall chase away the shadows that have crept around our hearts. How swiftly has this day sped! But a little while, and it seemed the dawn was here, and now the sun has already set behind the hills. She lifted her head as a lily that has bowed before some roughening wind. My Lord speaks well, she said. The night is at hand. Within the palace these shadows may cease to affright us. Chapter 7, Awaking. I sought my couch, but neither rest nor sleep seemed possible. Vague shapes flitted before me. Vague thoughts tormented me. My brain seemed on fire. My heart throbbed with agony. To and fro, I tossed and turned on those soft cushions, and with every hour my misery increased. Hateful thoughts and promptings of evil that I loathed wound themselves like serpent coils around me. My senses seemed tottering. It was as if I stood on the brink of some horrible abyss, and a step would plunge me into destruction. Like a veil rent by a strong hand, I saw my human nature pulsing and throbbing, a thing of base desires and evil longings that I had deemed conquered and at rest for evermore. I tried to pray, but words would not come, and I heard 1,000 voices mocking and jeering. O wise philosopher, thyself must conquer. Learn that lesson and teach it to the world if thou canst find strength and means to do it. Maddened and enraged, I sprang from my couch and rushed through the adjoining room and swept aside the filmy cobweb tissues of the dividing curtain. Novella, I cried, Novella, arise, listen, for I must leave thee. Startled and alarmed, she woke from her soft slumbers and, pushing back a golden cloud of her hair, looked at me with dreamy, wondering eyes. I threw myself beside her couch and clasped her hand in agony, for I had regained memory now, and with it manhood asserted itself, and not all past years of coldness and abstinence and indifference availed me aught as I gazed on the beauty of divine womanhood, and I knew that I loved and was loved and yet must leave her. I remember now, I repeated in my wild and foolish rage. I was sent here, but not to stay, and I came for love of thee, Novella. And because I feared not evil, nor powers of hell, nor death itself, so only I might hear thy voice once more, and see thy face in its divine beauty, and know that thy love was no dream. O beloved of my soul, keep me, hold me, let me not return. Sooner death itself than loss of thee. Canst thou not help me, Novella, with all thy wisdom and with all thy love? And oh, the sorrow of those deep and tender eyes that softly sought my own, and soothed by one sweet glance of war of rising passions. She rose from her rest of snow and silver, and stood before me, upright and fearless, with that dignity of divine purity that was woman's first heritage. She laid her hand upon my bowed head, as there I knelt in my foolish, passionate abandonment. Dost thou talk of death? She said. Thou to whom it has been granted to visit the future sphere. Have I not said there is no death? Does not nature herself tell the same truth with every season of the year, with every day that dawns? Change verily there is, and departure from life to life. And so it was I asked thee of thy presence here, and how thou didst come. But fear not, my lord, thou shalt return. Aye, truly shalt thou. For as the sun to the day, as the moon to the night, so is the heart to the heart that is its own true mate. Be brave, be pure, be strong. Think well of the lessons thou hast learnt here, and fear not life's ills and life's sorrows, even though they bring the change that thou dost call death. For death touches not the spirit, nor harms the pure, strong soul that holds as its dower the immortal essence of the Creator. Humbled and abashed, I raised my head and drank in strength and calm from that pure and lovely face. Then slowly I rose from the marble floor. But now my limbs were heavy as with leaden weight, and cold and chill seemed the blood in my veins. And fear and sorrow, such as is the legacy of man's mortal life, came creeping back apace. And then a struggle, sharp and keen and horrible with torture such as I may not name, rent and tore me like a demon's frenzy, and clinging to Nyletta's robe, and prisoned by Nyletta's arms, but with the pity and the love of her divine eyes, and the clasp of her gentle hands, fading slowly, surely, into darkness and weakness and space. I once more opened eyes and sensed on the familiar things of earth. For a few moments all was dim and confused. Then rough voices jarred on my ear, and I heard steps and movement. Someone seized my arm and roughly shook it, so that I sprang up, incensed and indignant in my bed, demanding to know the cause of such intrusion. There were two men standing beside me, and as I looked at their dress and faces, a thrill of horror and of fear ran through my bewildered brain. "What is it? What do you want?" I asked them fiercely. "Least said, soonest mended," came the curt, rough answer. "We want you. Charge of willful murder. Here's the warrant. You'd best dress and come along quietly, now that you are awake, Mr. Allured Marvel." What followed I cannot clearly relate. I was too bewildered and confused to follow all the details of a magisterial examination that landed me at last in a prison cell. But in a prison cell I found myself, my brain still dazed and confused, my memory a jangle of discordant and half-remembered incidents, myself no longer a free agent, but a fettered and accused and helpless man. Was it a long or short time before the power of thought returned and I felt capable of the effort to recall what had brought me there? I cannot say. Only suddenly, clearly, I remembered once more, and remembering, I also knew that my rash promise must have enveloped me to this dilemma. promise haunted me persistently through this first night of imprisonment. Give me but your will for 7 days. I had given it gladly and without thought of consequence. But to whom? That was the question I asked myself. Seeing my folly had clothed itself with altogether detestable attributes, seeing fronting and facing me from out the clearing mints of unsubstantial visions, the mocking face and cruel eyes of a fiend. After a time, I grew calm. The name of the man I had been accused of murdering was utterly unknown to me. The evidence was purely circumstantial. I listened to my accusation in a silence that was not even comprehensive. So utterly ridiculous did it seem that I, a lurid marvel, should be called upon to answer a criminal charge of any kind. I went over every circumstance that had led to that accusation, and from thence tried to consider the charge itself. This is what shaped itself before me. In a certain house, in a dreary city byway, there had lived for many years an old and somewhat singular man by the name Eliphas Hearn. He lived alone, save for an old housekeeper who looked after his comfort and, in ordinary parlance, kept house for him. Her master, according to her statement, was entirely given up to studious pursuits. He was a chemical analyst. He spent most of his time in a laboratory in the basement of his house, and sometimes would be shut in there for days, permitting no intrusion and having his solitary meals left at his door. At such times, to use the housekeeper's words, she was afraid of her life to go near him. He would become violent at any intrusion. Occasionally he received visits from scientific men or analytical chemists, but they were of rare occurrence, as he seemed to dislike all company, and for the last 2 years had specially devoted himself to the analysis of some special drug, whose uses he had been wont to tell the old woman were marvellous enough to revolutionize all previous chemical discoveries and would prolong life or vary it or terminate it according to the will of its possessor. This eccentric individual had gone out one November afternoon, the 17th of the month, to be accurate, and been overtaken by a dense fog. He returned, however, in safety, but, contrary to his usual custom, he returned in company with a stranger, a young man whom she had never seen before. They went into his study, and she brought them coffee and left them there. About 2 hours later, her master told her to go to bed, as he should not require her services anymore. Then he and the strange gentleman went into the laboratory, and the door was shut and locked. The old woman, to quote her own words again, took her bit of supper and went to bed. She supposed she fell asleep, but was suddenly startled and roused by the noise of loud and angry voices. She got up in her bed. All of a tremble, she recognized her master's voice and that of the strange gentleman. They appeared to be disputing about something, but she could not catch the words. Presently, the sounds grew softer and more subdued, and she supposed she dozed off again. Once more she was roused, this time by the loud slam of the front door. She supposed it was the visitor who had left. The house was then quite silent, and she fell asleep again and did not wake till 7 o'clock the next morning. She went about her work as usual, and at 9 o'clock took hot water and a cup of coffee to her master's bedroom. She knocked, but there was no answer. Again and again she repeated the summons in vain. Thinking the old man might have gone to his laboratory, she went there and knocked at the door. All was silent. As a rule, she had never known the laboratory drawer to be unlocked for a moment, day or night. Her master had always said it was a dangerous place and full of poisons and terrible things. Yet to her surprise, when she tried the door, it opened at once. She stood on the threshold, peering into the gloom, but it was very dark, and it was some moments before she could distinguish anything clearly. Then she saw, stretched before her on the floor, the body of her master. She rushed forward and tried to raise it from the ground, but let it fall with a shriek. For the head and face were literally beating into a jelly and quite beyond identification. Save for the white hair and the clothes, she would not have known it for her master. For a few moments, she was paralyzed with horror. Then she rushed into the street and called for help. A policeman came up and she told him what had happened. He came and saw the body and took down her evidence and all particulars. She related the occurrence of the previous evening and was asked if she could identify the stranger. She felt sure she could, for she had had a good look at him when she took in the coffee. He was a young man of about 30 years of age. She might not have remembered him so well, but for one peculiarity. He had dark hair and a quiet-looking, dark-complexioned face. But on one side of his hair was a patch of white. It struck her as peculiar because it looked almost like something thrown there, and it was all the more noticeable because of the dark brown hair that framed his face. When I had reached this point, I staggered to my feet and looked eagerly around the narrow limits of my cell. No, there was no such thing as a toilet glass. Then I laughed strangely and exultantly. It is a mistake. Of course it is a mistake, I cried aloud. My hair is the same colour throughout. That blundering old woman has fastened upon me because she saw me there with the old man. But I never even went into his laboratory. I left the house by 7:30. Someone else must have come in, and they had the dispute she speaks of, and it ended there. But God knows, I'm innocent enough. They cannot prove I did it. They cannot. In my agony, I cried aloud. The full and fearful horror of my situation at last came home to me. There was the sound of an opening door. The jailer stood there in the entrance. I turned to him impulsively. For God's sake, I cried, bring me a looking glass. If you have such a thing in this awful place. He stared. I suppose it was an unusual request for a prisoner to make. My muttering something about regulations, he retired. I paced to and fro that miserable cell, trying to evolve some way out of this dilemma. A thought flashed across me. I would send for Ferrers Dean. He was clever and brilliant, and he was, above all, my friend. He would be able to give me counsel and aid. Yes, I would write to him. I would ask. The door opened. Before me stood Ferrers Dean himself, and by his side stood the jailer with a small mirror in his hand. I sprang forward and grasped my friend's hand in mine. How can I thank you? I cried impulsively. How soon you have come. I was just about to write. Ferrers turned to the jailer and slipped something into his too willing palm. Leave us alone, he said, and he took the mirror and then looked at me. Only looked at me. But oh God, God of mercy, how can I describe my horror as I met that strange, chill gaze? For the eyes, how could I mistake? How forget them? The eyes were those of the old man I had been accused of murdering. Shuddering and sick, I recoiled, and involuntarily thrust forth my hands to keep him from me. In God's name, I cried wildly, who are you? Still he said nothing, only looked at me with the mocking glance and the chill, cold smile I so well remembered. And through the familiar face and eyes of the man I called friend, I saw the mocking likeness of that other face and those other eyes looking back at me with a horrible unlikeness to the man with whom they were now associated. Then I hid my face from his sight and covered it with trembling hands as through the silence stole the low, malicious laughter I so well know. Will you not look at yourself, a lurid marvel? Said the voice of Ferrers Dean. See, here is the mirror you asked for. And I am waiting till you have quite decided who you are. Then stung and shamed and wrathful, I lifted my head and my face changed and lined and haggard, look back at me from the surface of that mirror. And even as I had looked, I started. For there, pale enough amidst the dark brown waves of my hair, was that white streak which had served to identify me with the murderer of Eliphas Hearn. Instinctively, I put up my hand, and as I touched the spot, I felt a curious thrill of pain. There was a small bump or contusion on that side of my head, and the skin was bruised and tender. The streak of white hair was exactly over the spot where I had struck my head against the wall of Eliphas Hearn's house. Chapter 8. Fiend or Devil. The mirror fell from my hand. Its shattered fragments lay at my feet. I turned aside, and a sort of despair for the first time overtook me. Dean, or rather, what bore the similitude of the man I had known as Dean, bent over the broken fragments of the glass and moved them to and fro with his foot. "You should not have broken it," he said. 7 years ill luck, you know. The mystic number again. Have you forgotten its connection with yourself? On the 7th month, I met you first. 7 days have passed since then, the term of our compact. Why do you turn away? Did you not tell me that life itself was an easy price to pay for the presence and the love of your dream goddess? I have kept my part of the compact. For 7 days and nights you have been free to revel in the delights of the White City and to worship at the shrine of its queen. Now you have to pay the price. Who are you? What are you? I cried with sudden passion. A fiend or devil who has entrapped me thus, first deluding my senses, and then with subtle ingenuity forming a pathway of safety for yourself over the quagmire of folly into which you led me. He laughed aloud. "Sit down, my friend," he said mockingly, "and let us view the case dispassionately, as physician and patient. Surely, dreamer as you are, you know that we owe all knowledge to nature, and To quote Condillac, that a whole art of reasoning consists in continuing as she has compelled us to commence. I am neither fiend nor devil, as you politely suggest, only a student of nature. But I have devoted my attention not to the mysteries of body or mind, but to that neglected and third principle which partakes of the elemental parts of both, yet survives their ultimate destruction. That which has defied the anatomist, the dissector, the philosopher, the logician, that alone has been the object of a lifetime of research and experiment. I may or may not have succeeded. It remains for you to determine. For you, I have found all the requisite qualities necessary for the most daring experiments. Never had mesmerist or magician so apt and docile a pupil, and though, owing to certain material obligations and the absurd and impeding laws which on this globe manage to arrest and interfere with experiments of what is called unnatural science, you find yourself in your present dilemma. It only rests with you to free yourself and keep your own counsel and mine as to the circumstances that have brought you into this difficulty. No, do not interrupt. I see what you are about to ask. How I, the old man of 70 years, whose murdered and disfigured body has been the subject of so much speculation on the part of an intelligent British jury, wears for you and for you alone, remember, the form and likeness of your friend. It is easily explained. In order to prosecute my researches and advance my discoveries, I needed a score or more of years of actual physical life. I looked about for some individual of less than ordinary utility, yet whose person and profession would be a useful cloak for my new identity. I found all I needed in the person of your friend Ferrers Dean. His dead body has been proclaimed mine, and satisfactorily proved to be so. He has no keen-eyed relatives, and neither wife nor mistress whose love might enable them to detect an impostor, which the world at large will never suspect for a moment. You were the only person who might have been sharp enough to recognize me in my new aspect. But I have effectually fettered you. If you speak the truth, you will most certainly be taken for a madman, and end your days in a public lunatic asylum. If, on the other hand, you stand your chance at the bar of your country for the murder of Elias Hearn, I, as your friend and counsel, undertake to bring you clear out of your difficulties and set you free, an innocent man, detained and wrong, and misjudged by that most damnable of legal frauds, circumstantial evidence. You see, you have not much choice in the matter. You voluntarily entered a trap, and you must not blame the land that has closed it. The case is strong, painfully strong. Everyone is convinced of your guilt, except, of course, myself. Well, what do you say? Will you keep my secret, or am I to become your enemy? I shuddered as I sat there on my hard pallet and listened to those words. The grain of truth in them made me all the more terrible. I had only myself to thank for my present dilemma. And oh, who would believe me if I spoke the truth now? Who in this cold, prosaic age would do aught but scoff at me as madman if I placed before them as my vindication the story of this hateful being who had worked on my imagination and bent me to his will like a weak twig, and now defied me to free myself from his powers, save at cost of liberty or life. Even as these thoughts rushed through my mind, I caught his glance and the devilish mockery of his smile, and knew he had read them every one. Yes, he said. The case explains itself. You are effectually in my power. I advise you to make terms. What terms? I asked involuntarily. Surely you have had your will of me. As you say, I must either appear a madman or a criminal. Of the two, I definitely prefer the latter. It will be a shorter passage out of this world of misery, and he looked at me, and I felt the hot blood stain my very brow as I met his glance. And to Novella, he said mockingly. And what if crime should bar you from her presence? I am innocent, I cried passionately. You know my hands are free of blood, and my heart from evil intent. Doubtless I look a fool and a madman, but for that I care not, since to clear myself is impossible. I am content to suffer, sooner shame and torture than any fresh compact with you. Then, for the first time, I noted he looked anxious and disturbed. His voice took a softer and more suasive accent. "Do not be rash," he said. "Remember, I hold the keys to the White City, the city of dreams and pure lives. Agree to what I wish, and every night of your life that key shall be yours. By every visit you shall learn what will shorten by 100 years the term of natural probation that holds all mortals from its magic delights. Refuse, and again shall the pains and torture of earth's life claim you. And further from your longing soul shall be the progress of your white queen. If I may not part, at least I can separate you until your heart grows weary with longing and your spirit faints with anguish, and the city from your soul to hers beats but vainly against prison bars that you cannot break, and she must not. I do not believe you, I said. Whether these days and nights have been filled with visions, unsubstantial as dreams, or real with some hidden mystery that I have yet to discover, I am sure of one thing, that a being, evil as you are, cannot compel the purity and strength I have learnt exists. He sprang to his feet. His face looked haggard. His eyes flashed fiercely, yet with more of defiance than of power in their evil glance. "Do not defy me," he said. "Remember, I have purchased these years of extra life at a cost that endangers every year. Be sure that I shall not let a dreaming fool such as you imperil my safety and interfere with my pursuits. I will leave you now, but remember, you are utterly in my power. I am your counsel in the forthcoming trial. It rests with me to gain or lose your case." I made no answer. Indeed, I felt too miserable and helpless to care for what he said. Had ever man been so foolish, for the sake of a dream, an airy, unsubstantiated vision, to barter away all peace of mind, honour, safety, life? For I feared now that my dream queen was unreal as any other vision of the night, that the city of enchantment was a baseless fabric, that though I might buy back the glories and sweetness of that dream again, it would be valueless now, since the key was held by this monster of crime and subtlety. The outcome overcome of spells I felt to be evil and which, to me, were utterly incomprehensible. I could not think clearly. I was too bewildered and oppressed. But the cold, inhuman brutality that had made me the sport of his experiments and now mocked at my misery and danger was like a living presence here in my wretched cell. It enveloped me in a poisoned atmosphere. It sapped the springs of endurance and turned my manhood into weakness. Trembling and unstrung, I cowered there in the darkness, helpless as a child, too utterly crushed in spirit for either prayers or tears. At last, I fell asleep from sheer exhaustion, a deep, dreamless sleep, from which I was awakened by the rough sound of the jailer's voice and the rough shake that was his morning greeting. I was brought before the examining magistrate for the second time. I returned to my cell, formerly committed for the willful murder of Elias Hearn. Chapter 9. Hopeless. And now began for me a period of misery so intense that words fail me to describe it. Long, solitary hours, days passed in unbroken monotony, nights sleepless and tortured with horrible visions where amidst a gaping crowd I saw ever that one mocking face, or felt at my throat the strangling pressure of the hangman's rope. No one came to see me save the fiend who wore my friend's shape, and the world at large was my friend. As my counsel, it was only natural that he should pay me visits, though their purport none could guess save myself. I had reconciled myself to the hopelessness of my case. I had been so long a loveless, friendless, lonely man that it seemed to me my end would make no material difference to anyone. I asked no questions. I suffered those brief visits of the pretended fairest dean in cold silence. I did not know whether my trial was to come on soon or late, and the only occupation I cared for was the writing of this strange history, which I worked at slowly and steadily every day. He used to jeer and mock at me as he saw the closely covered sheets of MSS. You might save yourself the trouble, he would say. No one will believe it, even if they have a chance of reading it, which is doubtful. I can buy it from your jailer, and then farewell to your dreams of fame and justification. Sometimes he would do his best to terrify me by a dissertation on subjects that were too horrible and too terrible for me to comprehend or even dwell upon. He would speak of a power that made him mighty as those evil spirits he boasted of having conquered, a power that left him free to go where he would, to elude vigilance, defy material barriers, and mock at all puny defenses of man's justice or equity. I knew this was no idle boast, for the man undoubtedly had strange powers and had dealt a good deal with that dark unknown whose threshold is guarded by manifold dangers and risks. But I listened only in stony silence, or told him defiantly that such knowledge as he possessed was valueless when applied to such base uses as he had applied it, or for prolonging a life that could only be a curse to itself and the world at large. I knew that nature held secrets wonderful enough to be termed magical. But I knew too that those secrets should never be sought or practiced save for a good purpose, to restore health, to ease suffering, to adjust the balance of the troubled mind, or to soothe the path that from birth to death is marked out for mortal feet. These are beneficent uses of such secrets, and justifiable because of a wise purpose in their use. But far stranger and far more perilous are the secrets rifled from that wondrous storehouse by the power of will and research represented by this strange being. secret links between man's mind and nature's secret essences, which might quicken or arouse the duplicate senses that lie dormant in the soul, subtle forces which might rend life from its prison house of flesh or prolong its passage there, adding youth and years to the aged frame, and mocking even the power of life's great enemy, death. Mocking too at time and space, since thought could meet thought and spirit greet spirit, despite dividing oceans. These truths, and many others as marvellous, he would recount to me while I listened in stony silence of profound disdain. Yet I thought long and often of those strange revelations, and the more I thought, the less I feared that coming change so soon to wrest me from what man calls life. I had once looked on another world, and from it I had seen this small, imperfect anthill of humanity. I could not bring myself to believe any longer in one material existence, cut asunder forever by death, and one spiritual existence to be unperfected through eternity, self-condemned for the errors of an imperfect and ignorant earth life, which is the favorite teaching of Christian theology. If Novella had been but a vision, at least she had taught me wise truth and lessons that were distinctly reasonable. And my heart grew tender as I thought of her, and the fear of death fled further from me, so that I grew calmer and braver the nearer the day of my trial approached. Hearn, on the contrary, became more anxious and excitable. His face seemed thinner and sharper every time he visited me, his eyes more feverish and wild. Sometimes it seemed to me as if he feared me, as if my rebellion and indifference were weapons that he could not foil. I held some strange opposing force against which he dashed himself in wild and futile struggles. I would listen to nothing he told me of the coming trial, of his endeavours to raise up a case in my favour, and the ease with which he would be able to get a verdict of manslaughter if I would agree to his doing so. I only maintained an obstinate silence. I felt that human justice could not help me, because a case so strange and inexplicable was quite beyond the usual demands on human comprehension. I must tell the truth and be looked upon as a madman, or be silent and suffer the inevitable condemnation such silence would ensure. But I was determined that this pretended friend should not help me, that I would accept nothing from his skill or counsel, and I told him that the first word he spoke in my defense would be the signal for me to unmask him at any cost. He laughed mockingly. "Who will believe you?" he said. "Which of those 12 stolid, prosaic beings on whose verdict your life will hang will for one moment credit a tale so ridiculous as that I, Dean, and really Elias Hearn, your victim? Why, the very children in the street would mock at you. You forget we live in an intensely realistic age. No one believes now in elixirs and magic arts. You will only damage yourself and do me no harm. Yet though he perpetually assured me of this, and though I myself secretly agreed with him, I could not but see he was palpably uneasy at my obstinacy. I could assign no reason for this, and his security seemed to me perfect, and his position unassailable. I put it down to the fact that he had some faint spark of regret for the fate he was bringing upon an innocent man. At last came the night before my trial. I had written my story up to that point. I read it over in the quiet of my cell. A sort of despair seized me as the lights were extinguished, and I was left to solitude and darkness. A longing, perfectly indescribable, was so strong that it seemed to shake the very foundation of my nature, came over me for sight or sound of Novella. My whole being throbbed and ached with the intensity of that longing, and wild prayers rushed to my frenzied lips. Suddenly, I saw a clear, soft light on the walls of my cell, like the reflection from a mirror when a ray of light falls upon it. I sat up on my hard and narrow pallet and gazed at it eagerly and wonderingly. It grew larger and wider until the whole of one side of the wall was shining in a softly phosphorescent glow. And then, from out of it, I saw a dim and shadowy face, shaping itself slowly but clearly into the likeness of my white queen. Yes, it was her face, as lovely, as perfect as when last I had gazed upon it. Only the eyes looked sadder and more mournful, and the lips were parted in a sigh that softly breathed into the perfect stillness that reigned around. I found voice. I sprang up, eager and alert. "Nyleta!" I cried, and would have rushed forwards, but I found myself checked, as it were, by a sudden and invisible barrier. The form grew more shadowy and indistinct. Then a voice, faint as a whisper, stole to my ears as I stood there. "Come not nearer, my lord, it may not be. Fain would I help you and serve you in your peril, but your foe is subtle and dangerous. I can but give you one word of warning. Refuse his defense, conduct your own case, and desire that the body of the murdered man may be disinterred and carefully examined." At last the words reached me. The light grew dim and yet more dim, and, fading as a breath fades from the surface of a mirror, so the lovely face and form of the White Queen faded from my strained and eager gaze. I sat there for long, dazed and wondering. Had my senses cheated me? Had I really heard those words? In any case, I resolved to act upon them, and with that resolve, my calmness returned. Deluded or not, I began to go over the case clearly and logically, to note its weak points, and I resolved at any cost to tell the simple truth as it stood, regardless of mockery or incredulity. The day has dawned. Such dawns as visits a prison cell. The jailer has brought me my morning meal, and in a rough way has wished me good luck. I have made my toilet, gazing with a sense of unfamiliarity at the pale, lined face I know is my own. The deep-set eyes with their dark shadows, and the loose waving hair with that strange white streak on the left side. I look at these closely covered pages. I wonder, in some vague, dim way, whether in all that vast and populated world beyond my prison gates, one heart will care for the sorrows of the writer. One eye grow dim for his unhappy fate. Will they think me guilty and a madman? Will they quote against proof or conviction the cases of other men, blameless and austere of life, till sudden temptation made them criminals? God knows. I close the pages. I bend my head in silent prayer for strength and calmness, not for help. I am so far a fatalist that I know if I am destined to perish by false accusation, I must do so. Circumstances have before now been too strong for innocence. Circumstances may be too strong for me. Chapter 10. The Seventh Dream. Back once more from the crowded court, and the shame of that cold and curious gaze, which publicity renders as homage to crime. Men and women had gaped and stared at me as if I was some strange beast. I had heard whispers and comments that made my blood boil with passionate indignation. I had seen what is termed the majesty of law, represented by a little decrepit tottering being, overweighted by wig and gown, irritable, half-deaf, and of most irascible temper. This was his lordship, the judge. My personality had for long hours been sunk into that something addressed as prisoner at the bar, and I had suffered all possible humiliation from the hands of the Crown Prosecutor. But when I at last rose and tersely and forcibly declared I would have no counsel, but was determined on conducting my own defence, there had been a great commotion. I saw the face of the pretended Ferrisdean grow livid with wrath, and the look he flashed at me was almost devilish in its hate and malignity. But the very fact of that hatred seemed to nerve me into coolness and daring, and I detailed, simply and as plainly as possible, the whole story of my strange position. I was listened to with breathless interest, but, needless to say, with utter incredulity. I ended by expressing a wish that the body of the murdered man should be exhumed and its identity with that of Eliphas Hearn proved to my satisfaction. Now, up to this, I had simply acted and spoken as in my normal state of mind. But when I reached the point referred to, I suddenly, so to say, felt myself carried away, controlled, as it were, by a force too great to withstand. A something that thrilled and impelled me to speak as I had no intention of doing. And I saw that vast assembly grow silent and breathless as, with words I cannot now recall, and an eloquence such as my lips are powerless to repeat, I stood there in that place of shame and condemnation and proclaimed once and for all my innocence. There was a lull, breathless and hushed, that spoke of pent-up excitement as my speech ended. Then a voice asked, "State your reason for wishing the body of the murdered man to be disinterred after it has been already satisfactorily identified." Once more, that strange power answered for me with no conscious volition of my own. "Because I am convinced you will find the body is that of a young man, not of one 70 years of age, such as was Eliphas Hearn." There was a sudden stir and confusion, the sound of a fall, the tramp of feet. Ferrisdean, the brisk, alert young barrister, had been taken ill. he was obliged to leave the court. And as he reached the door, he staggered and fell heavily to the ground. Again, that voice spoke from me and for me. If any medical man is here and will examine that man, he will find, despite his young face and appearance, that his body is wrinkled and feeble. His arts have only enabled him to steal the features and general appearance of his victim. The man you have accused me of murdering is none other than Ferris Dean himself, and there is his murderer. Of what followed next, I have no distinct recollection. I found myself back in my cell, and 2 jailers instead of 1 were set to watch and attend on me. Night again, and again on the dreary wall I saw the shining light, and from out of it there glowed the loveliness of that one most perfect form. Bright were the eyes and happy, and sweeter than all mortal sounds was the voice that whispered to me through the gloom. Take comfort, my beloved, for you shall yet be saved. And weakly and lovingly I could but cry, for safety I care little, and for life less, so only I may reach thine arms again, O Niletta. But the light fades, and all is darkness. I am alone once more. The shamed, sick feelings of isolation and hopelessness come back. I throw myself on my prison couch, and hot and bitter tears well into my eyes. I feel tired and weary and spent, for no sleep visits me, feebly and stupidly. I find myself going over and over the details of the case and wondering what the morrow will bring forth. The morrow has come. I am to go to the court again. I feel unstrung and unnerved. My courage and composure seem to have fled. Surely today will decide my fate. My fate is decided. They have condemned me. Counsel pleaded temporary insanity as a last saving clause. It was not allowed. It may be considered hereafter, but tonight I know myself only as condemned criminal who will perish miserably by the hangman. Of what do I think tonight? Of the wreck of life's purpose, of the extinction of mental powers, the shame of a degrading death, the strangeness of that fate which has made me its sport. Yes, of all such things as these, and of many more. Yet I am not sad, nor altogether desperate. Indeed, I feel a somewhat eager curiosity to look into that next phase of life upon which I shall soon enter. There is no fear of it at present in my soul, only a grave, absorbing wonder as to what it will bring, and whether the fact of my entering upon it, not in the natural course of things, but rather as a hurrying forward of nature's just intentions, physically regarded, will make any difference in its immediate result. I find myself in a curiously speculative frame of mind, and with a great longing that I might be able to return to the earth plane and record my first experiences after quitting it, for the benefit of those who are still unenlightened. At this point, I began to feel drowsy. I retired to my pallet and at once fell asleep. Almost instantly, I found myself in the room of Eliphas' hand, and in his presence. He had taken back his original appearance and was contemplating me with a calm and critical gaze. "You see," he said, "I was too strong for you. Why were you so foolish? I could have got you off. Now things must take their course." I said nothing. All feeling seemed to have left me. I was utterly and calmly indifferent. The worst had come. Hope was at an end. What use to trouble? "I shall be sorry to lose you," he said dreamily. "You are an interesting subject. For years I have tried to find one and despaired of success. The importance of dreams has never been fully accepted. Generally, they are unsatisfactory. They arise from a region apart from our waking consciousness, and we try to reconcile them to that consciousness. Yours have had a regular and sustained sequence, interesting to yourself, doubly interesting to me. True, they seem to have involved your physical life in a dilemma, but that is of merely relative importance to my great discovery. You have proved that the connection between nature and consciousness may be suspended, but that sleep of what served you as sleep can also bring into strong prominence a relation between the dreamer and the dream world, of which his material life is utterly ignorant. What my power gave you was the faculty to see, hear, and live out your dreams in such a way that they became far more real to you than your actual life. You loved an emblem of womanhood, the embodiment and the purity and beauty and graciousness which every poet and every painter has vainly tried to grasp. The most perfect dreams are those men never remember, for they come in deep slumber, which is called dreamless for lack of memory. That memory I supplied you to aid my results. I used the power of mesmerism. Your condition I may therefore describe as one of prolonged sleep, accompanied by internal waking. And it has placed before you a logical and connected series of ideas. These I forced your own hand to inscribe as a proof of the success of my experiment. Life is only beautiful according to its sensations. I gave you a life into whose brief space was crowded the most exquisite and marvelous feelings that the soul is capable of experiencing. But do you know why I have summoned you here? Because it is time the strain was released, or madness will assuredly follow. Do you remember what I said to you ere you left my house, ready to test my experiment? Repeat it now. As one with no volition of his own, I raised my head, and mechanically my lips repeated the words he had desired. Beware of your seventh dream. Right. Now tell me, how long did you stay with your white queen in her magic palace? 6 days and nights. On the 7th, what happened? I was awakened to find that you had taken advantage of my folly to fasten on me this horrible crime. The crime for which you are to suffer death, he said, and a strange smile broke over his lips. Death. And you have no fear, no regret, no suffering tonight, though you know your earth life is almost over. Is Nyletta's spell so strong? I cannot tell, I said wearily. My brain seems dull and heavy. Thought is an effort. All emotion is dead. I cannot even hate you tonight. He smiled once more. My task is over, he said. I have only to thank you for a perfectly unexampled exhibition of credulity and docility. You will awake tomorrow in your own bed, in your right mind. Did I not tell you to be aware of your 7th dream? It has lasted till tonight. Need I say more? The end.